Yeah. Yes. Okay. How about now? Yeah, that looks better. All right. Let's head down. That looks kind of loud. Alright, so we're gonna accidentally fight something there. Hello, Gorilla. Did I get a haircut? No, I simply have not showered, and I just, like, slept a little bit. How about you? Did you get a haircut recently? Alright, so we have a quest here to kill 50 of these spores. I think they are mostly on the next level. So let's see. Where do you go? Haven't had a haircut in like a year and a half? Damn. Got the long hair, boy. I just cut my own hair, just take the scissors to it when it gets too long. Just like chop it off an even length all over the place. Call it. Bat. I don't remember what cards are actually good, like which monsters are worth killing. I think the thief bug eggs are decent. But I don't remember. But even if we get one, I don't think it's gonna be useful on this character. No, don't hatch. Alright, whatever. Let's just hurry up down. To the lower level. Spore! Still just trying to fix my computer and it is impossible. Unplug the hard drive. I like how there are thief bugs, and then there are also male and female thief bugs. So what are these guys? It's weird to not have headphones. They still give decent XP. Do the females give decent XP? Because the thief bugs are just way low level now. Yeah, you barely get like a %. Can't even notice it. What about the female ones? The female ones are a little better. I think they're worth killing. Honestly, they're all kind of worth killing, but we also need drops. Yeah, they are indeed non-binary. The Duopid servers are currently facing a DDoS attack, and we will be performing a maintenance on all servers. What the fuck? How is some fucking random French company being DDoSed over releasing a 3.0 version of their old-ass Flash game? Are you serious? So what should we get now? More strength, more vitality. More strength. I think we can upgrade our gear now, because I think what you need is like the Fracon or something like that. We have 3. Oh, metal that can be used to strengthen and upgrade level 1 weapons. So we could use that to upgrade our blade to level 1 weapon. Let's go and find some mushrooms, because we need to kill 50 of these guys. I don't know if they exist on the next level too. They probably do. We could probably go to Biblos or whatever relatively soon. Either that or like Pion Cave or whatever. I don't know when you go to Geffen Tower. I think you fight poison mushrooms there or something. But it's gonna give us quests now, unfortunately, so we have to just follow those. But I did want to go kill Elder Willows. I should be able to kill them now, to be honest. They only had like 600 health. No, we're doing 100 damage. But I probably want like 5 more levels at least. I've been trying to find somewhere to get some help with my computer stuff, but there are just like no good forums or anything for that. And on Discord you get like one guy who replies. But I think it's that kind of error that you actually can't really diagnose. The only thing you get is some guy who's like, why haven't you updated your BIOS? And then you do that, and then it doesn't help at all. And it's not related or anything. It's like posting on the Windows forums, and there's just some Indian guy who's like, have you ran check disk? Do you have Kaspersky installed? Uninstall any third-party antivirus software. There are not enough spores here. Let's go down to the 3rd level. But I don't actually know if there are spores there. Stop taking my loot! Might be prudent to get like 20 agility or something. That's gonna do wonders for our attack speed. think just staying balanced in the beginning is probably the best thing to do. But I don't know what to expect from this server. Like, what's the max level? Do we transcend into like the third classes or whatever? Isn't that all renewal stuff, like Dragon Knight and shit? Or did they like backport that? Kill that egg, make sure we don't miss a card. Alright, no. Okay, whatever. Oh, no, well, whatever. Double whatever. Let's kill that bitch. Alright, are there any mushrooms here? I mean, these guys have like 1000 HP. We can probably kill Elder Willows. It's just that they needed a hit of like 60. We're almost there. Do you get hit per level too? You know what? I don't see any mushrooms here. Spore. Fronteras Sewer 2. No, they only exist on 2. We have to go up and farm them there. It's either that or heading over to Pion, but don't want to do that. I don't even want to leave Frontera because I think the Elder Willows are north of Frontera. And that's where I want to go. Mushroom. This is my favorite part, when you start getting hit by like 2 monsters and the game just starts lagging out. You can't input anything anymore because it's just lagging and freaking out. And then you just start rubber banding constantly. I saw someone today who was posting about wanting to make a new game using the Ragnarok engine. And I'm like, that is literally the worst idea I have ever heard in my entire life. It would be easier and better to literally just make your own engine using like default Unity functions or something. Like don't do anything, just use like the built-in physics system and just like deal with all the bullshit that's gonna come with it. It would be better than doing this. This is literally the single worst game engine ever made. Spore! Hello, Black Trick. We are doing exciting things. I'm killing bugs. I can't believe I'm doing this in 2024. Almost less than 24 hours left, but not quite. Almost less. I might have to buy new computer parts, which sucks ass. I don't know what motherboard to buy. I just know I don't want another Asus ROG motherboard. I saw there was a gigabit motherboard that was pretty high rated for my CPU. But I don't know anything about motherboards really. I usually just go with... We have like a pricing site where you can see the prices for products on all the different Swedish storefronts, and I usually just go by that because they have like trending lists and reviews and stuff. So that's generally how I pick anything. Plus, usually googling a little bit. You type in the name or the model, and then you type in bad or error or crash, and then and you see how many results there are. Rather than looking for reviews. But the annoying thing when you do that, you just end up not finding anything, and then after you bought it and it starts fucking up and you Google it again, that's when all of the threads about like, oh, I'm having this issue, and like 9 million people are replying also with that issue. That's when those suddenly magically appear out of the ether. But I am a bit worried that it's like my power supply that's actually also doing things. But it's just impossible to tell. And the GPU too. Because I have to downclock the GPU, and a guy I talked to was like, if that's happening, like your GPU is rebooting your computer, then you should RMA it, but it feels like it's way too late for that. I bought that when Dragon's Dogma came out. Plus, I honestly don't want to deal with that. Plus, if you RMA something, then you don't have a GPU for like 3 months. So you might as well just buy a new one. Or you have to, either way. So it's just like, do you want to try saving a little bit of money and getting something out of the old one? I don't know, man. 25 more spores. This place is terrible for spores. Jesus Christ. There's supposed to be like 20 here, but there's like 2. We leveled up? Alright. We got 31 strength. I think that's good enough. So... What is the health on Elder Willow? Or what's the flea? 60. Let's get a bit more attack speed. And then we keep track of our hit when we level up and see if that is changed by your base level at all. It's 55 now. All right, spores. We gotta get rid of these spores so we can just go down and brute force this by killing the male thief bugs. But like this is somehow this is unironically more enjoying than, or more. This is somehow more enjoying than playing like World of Warcraft or something. Oh, you gotta pick the NPC so we don't get kicked for being a bot. But holy shit, sometimes mauled web development. Yeah, web development is ass, dude. We're playing a decades-old game because there are no video games that I want to play until Path of Exile comes out. And I just want to grind, I don't want to play some fucking story. I like games that are about being a game. There are not enough games that are just about being a video game. Instead of being a video game that pretends to be a video game, but it's just a story game. I haven't been watching Chinese TV for a while. The last show I watched was so ass, it kind of took it out of me for a while. I've been watching Top Gear, which it's not, I don't think it's actually particularly interesting, but they don't really care that much about cars. But sometimes they do little fun things. They like throw caravans at targets and shit. Watch Mythbusters? I don't want to, they're libtards. I can't see Adam Savage anymore without being annoyed. Hell yeah, mushrooms. Come here, boy. Gonna fuck up these mushrooms. Only 20 more. Yeah, this game is older than you. There are a lot of games that are older than you. When are you born? Please say 2005. Between 03 and 05. Okay, so 2004. So World of Warcraft is potentially older than you are as well. Many such cases. And max HP recovery, then we want Bash. I mean, we don't want Bash, but we're gonna get Bash. Isn't this game only exclusively played by Koreans and Southeast Asians? No, this game is exclusively played by Brazilians and South Americans. And like some French people. Brazilians only play free-to-play games. Yeah, they got an anti-bot feature. I have to click a little guy sometimes. They teleport me away. Wouldn't want people to bot. Mushrooms. Mushroom. You'd be left clicking. Okay, I wanted to clear those, but why not? Wanted to add Bash So you can try bashing. Hey, yeah, bash! My favorite thing about using skills in this game is that it sometimes just doesn't work. Like, there's no reason why, it just doesn't. It's just like, no, I can't cast. I don't want to do it. It's so laggy and shit. But while we have SP, we might as well. How hard is it to create an RPG maker? What do you mean? Like an RPG maker engine? An RPG maker game? You can't fail at making an RPG maker game. It doesn't need coding. Which is also why RPG Maker is total trash. Hello Polly, decided to try another playthrough in PoE 1 without a guide, and slowly figuring out better and better ways to play. Very much that feeling of I'm stupid, but doing better than last time. It's not that you're stupid, it's that to play Path of Exile, there are like a billion little tiny things that you need to know. That just completely change how difficult the game is. Like just knowing when you need to take health, how much health you need to take and stuff like that, is really hard. It takes like 10 characters before you actually understand like when to take health, how much health you need and stuff. But then you also have gems like Flesh and Stone that give you like a little aura that make enemies do less damage to you. It used to be 50% blind, which made enemies miss you 50% of the time, which was just ridiculously overpowered. So if you didn't have that, you basically took double damage from everything, because you could just permanently blind everything, even as like a witch. Am I gonna play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Maybe. I don't really care about the game. I thought that the first game was really bad. It literally just has Morrowind combat. I didn't like the story or anything either. The only thing I liked was, you know, the environments and just exploring it, I guess. But there wasn't really much to explore either. But the combat system in Kingdom Come is atrocious. It's just horrendous. And it doesn't even work if there are more than one enemy. And they throw more than one enemy at you in some places of the game. And then you're just fucked. Unless you're like super grinded. I did play it on hard, but... Hello Reguline, what about Henry? I don't have any feelings for Henry at all. He's a guy, he wants his sword. I don't know, I thought Kingdom Come was thoroughly meh. The thing is, it feels kind of what I hate about RPGs. And it's just like a series of fucking side quests. I hate RPGs that are just a series of side quests. And then you eventually just do some main story. I hate that. I'm so sick of it. The entire quest is just going around talking to some tanner and figuring out where he hid his stash. Did I say Arcanum is a bad game? Yeah. I mean, Arcanum is just Fallout 1 and 2, and Fallout 1 and 2 are really bad. The only thing that carry Fallout 1 and 2 is like the overall mood and some of the writing. But it's only if you actually like the humor in the game. But like the gameplay or whatever in Fallout 1 and 2 and in Arcanum is just the worst. It doesn't get worse than that. It doesn't have gameplay. You literally just aim at people's eyes and then you either hit or you miss. There's no strategy. It's like it's a tactics game without any tactics. You can't even control your party members. It doesn't make any sense. I'm never going to call a game good because it has a like nice feeling to it and like a nice soundtrack or something. Was turned off with the 90s nerd humor in Fallout 2, Lamau. Yeah, that's because you're like 3 years old. By nerd humor, you mean Monty Python references? Yeah. I suppose. We need 5 more. All right, so we did level up swordsman, so we are at 56 now, because that gave us +2 dex. So we need to check if we go above 56 by leveling up now. I have 25 dex right now. Yeah, Monty Python can be quite hit and miss. Like even within the movies, like some things are just not funny, but some things are really, really funny. But they've done a lot of stuff, so. What game is this? Are you serious? This is Ragnarok Online. Are you born after 2004, Reguline? I don't remember how old you are. You don't remember when you were born? Alright. No, never mind, it's the YouTube delay. Ragnarok is absolutely a Beano game. It's an Alucard game too. Reguline was born in 2001. Wow. You're actually maybe older than this game. Yeah, 2002. Wow. Big boy. One more mushroom. There he is. Come here. Oh! Alright, so where does it want me to go now? Soldier, skeleton. Archer, skeleton. Wolf. Monster, wolf. Not desert wolf. Regular wolf. Wolf. 900 health. Holy shit. He drops a mantle. Which isn't great. But it does sell for a lot. What about a soldier skeleton? Soldier skeletons drop stiletto, dagger, knife. Yeah. Let's kill wolves. Wolf. Where do we have? I hate this. I don't want to do quests. Just let me go and kill things myself. Even on private servers, they've ruined the game. Wolf. Ion Field 2. There's a lot of wolves. They have 919 health. They're level 25. I wanted to kill Elder Willows. They drop wooden mail. Fuck it, I'm gonna go kill Elder Willows. Hello, Chow Chow. Let's just go kill them now. So we've got Morok Field 2 and Pion Field 7. That's got one Vagabond Wolf. And Pion Field there has only Elder Willows. Where is this? Where is this? Pion Field 7 is there. Alright. Playing... who will be in the PoE 2 stream? I don't know. I'm not sure what Gibbs has in mind. Playing WoW Classic, the more I play, the more I long for kill quests, but all the good stuff is in the mailman quest lines. I don't even know what the mailman quest lines are. I don't want to do quests. Don't make me run between random shit constantly. Imagine World of Warcraft, but without quests, and when you kill the monsters, they have a much higher chance to actually drop gear. Because we've removed quest rewards, so now we had to boost drop rates, so you actually get like green items that you can use. Okay, so we go to the southeast here. They be barking. And then wait, where did it go? We go across here. East, east, southeast. This is how we need to go. Have I played Fear and Hunger 1 and 2? No. If it's just some shitty RPG Maker thing from like the 2020s, I have not played it. You need to kill pirates in Tanaris to get your Gobo rep back. Sounds like a lot of fun. Well, that sounds very fun, Mark. The one thing I felt was missing from my one-button JRPG games, without any actual gameplay function at all, is edgelord content. Oh, can we all go up there? Yes. How do you set like a home point? Do you need to talk to Kafra or something? Kafra employee. Save. What about teleport? It's quite expensive to teleport, Jesus. We do have a bunch of stuff in my inventory that we could sell. Where do we... Where do we go? I don't think we can buy anything useful here, though. But maybe, who knows? Do I keep or sell this iron ore? I don't remember what you use. Ragnarok online iron ore. "10 iron ores make 1 iron, 20 iron makes 1 steel." That's not how steel works. You need to be a blacksmith to refine them, yeah. But they're just gonna have like bows and stuff here, most likely. There is some armor. Ribbon, bandana, eye patch. We can't afford wooden armor. We can afford a silver robe. But it sucks. It's actually worse. Can't afford shoes. Let's buy shoes. It's +1 armor, not much. It's not really that bad to get enough money to buy the best weapons from the stores. Alright, so we go south from here then. I think. Does this game have a class system? Yes, I am a swordsman. You start as a novice and then you can become an array of different classes. So we are now a swordsman, and from swordsman you can become a crusader or you can become a knight. And the crusader has more like a shield, and then they learn to do some holy spells and whatnot. And the knight usually just bashes people in the head with a two-handed sword. But they can also ride a bird. Let's see if they kill us with magic. Hopefully not. They do quite a bit of damage. But I think it'll be okay, as long as we don't tank too many. Like that. Use the fucking skill! I don't know why it's so hard to use skills. Yeah, this game has like literally the single worst programming in the world. Does not run very well. It's like you have a base latency of 1000 ms no matter what you do. Always, at all times. Spiderpig said he might run a Pathfinder 1E game that I can join in a month. Nice. Have you played Pathfinder before? Really, the only reason I wanted to kill these guys is because they drop a wooden armor, and I wanted to save a bit of money. So we'll see if we manage. The drop rate is 0.3%. Which is actually not bad, except that you have to run around and look for them. This is back from when you still had every single class ever used mana. So when you're playing most classes, you don't actually get to press your buttons, because the game doesn't work that way. So it doesn't really help if you have skills or anything. I always love that kind of game design. It's like, we're gonna give you skills, but we're gonna make sure that you cannot use them ever. Except like maybe once per monster, maybe? Oh, we got a dead branch. Can summon a boss with that. Or a random monster, rather. You want to play a Death Domain Cleric? Alright. Well. You can. 1 second. That's that button. One more day? You wish. The servers are gonna crash. It's not gonna be playable the first day. They are expecting 1 million players. I think that they are severely underestimating it. But maybe it will be fine. Where are all the Elder Willows? I just want them to release swords. I want swords. What I'm most interested in trying is like weapon swapping stuff. But I don't really want to weapon swap maces. I don't like maces. Oh, 2 of them. One more level of bash. Nice. Am I dying? I am actually dying. Gonna download EverQuest 1. What's the difference between 1 and 2? Dude. Like 2 decades is the difference. He's currently a Marauder Juggernaut with a big bonky mace. Yeah. I can... Like, I was thinking of doing that. Just making a big bonky mace. I might do that, but we'll see. We will see what we end up playing on the Kib stream. Now, EverQuest 2 is more like... It's basically World of Warcraft. But EverQuest 1 is completely different. But yeah, Poly, like making a build in Path of Exile 1 it's everything I hate about RPG systems when it comes to stats and stuff. If you're trying to play it yourself, it's like playing Dark Souls and you're like putting a little bit of points into faith because you want maybe I found the Astora Straightsword. It scales with faith. Maybe I'll put like 20 points into faith and I'll get like a cure spell. And then you have like 20 in strength and you have like 20 in endurance and you have like 20 in vitality, and then you're fighting monsters and you're like, holy shit, this game is so hard. Because everything takes like 40 hits to kill. That's making builds in Path of Exile 1, except it usually ends up being you're gonna get one-shotted constantly because you're not picking health when you should, and you're like not taking like elemental resistances and stuff. But in Path of Exile 2, apparently they have tuned down how important elemental resistances are while you're doing the campaign. In Path of Exile 2, when you get to like Act 5 or Act 6, if your resistances aren't capped, you're basically gonna get like insta-killed by everything. Like at that point, you already need it to be maxed. And usually the best way to do that is to get some nodes on the tree to give you resistances, or running the aura, Purity of Elements. That is actually a very good solution too. Just as a temporary like stop measure. Yeah, 80%, yeah, that's fine. It's a lot easier to get resistances now from like the tree and classes and stuff, or ascendancies. But playing melee in Path of Exile 1 is very difficult because spells get their damage from the spell itself, right? Like you have a flat amount of damage from the spell based on its level. While for physical attacks, it's just like it scales. You get bonus percentage damage from the skill, and the damage comes from your weapon. But Path of Exile's drops are so bad, it's almost impossible to get good weapons. Like, if you get like 2 weapons that are actual like upgrades in like 10 acts, you're lucky. Otherwise, you have to kind of know there are like vendor formulas. You can sell like a rare belt plus a blacksmith whetstone plus a weapon to the vendor, and it'll give you a weapon with enhanced physical damage back. That way you can kind of get decent weapons, or if you force it with like essence crafting or something. And it's just the enemies can wander away from standard melee attacks. Well, yes. You're not supposed to use those in the first place. You're just supposed to kill the entire screen constantly. And the like, you need to have a lot of attack speed. Even as a big bonk, you're supposed to have like at least 2 attacks per second. Minimum. Because otherwise you can't get out of things. You can't avoid attacks. Like, that's one of the things I hate the most. Like, I want to be able to play like a 2-handed sword build that's about having slower attacks. And they kind of tried doing that when they implemented Warcries, because they wanted to make Warcries, or not when they implemented it, but when they reworked Warcries. They wanted to make Warcries be how you do that, so you scale your attacks by using Warcries, and that exerts your next attack, making it stronger, right? And that's how you're supposed to be able to do like big hits with slower weapons. And but you still need to just have turbo attack speed, because otherwise, if a boss does a slam attack or something and you're in the middle of your animation, you're just gonna die. Well, you're still leveling, but yes, you do need quite decent attack speed. And make sure you have cast when damage taken linked to molten armor. You should also have a curse, which is likely gonna be like Warlords. I don't know if it's... No, I think it's punishment. You probably want punishment to reduce their physical resistance or whatever. That's one of the things I really don't like about Path of Exile 1. Every single class needs to basically do the same stuff. Like every class needs to have a curse. You can't play without a curse. A lot of classes want to have totems. Like if you're playing melee, you need to have the, or at least you did need to, but you have at least needed to have Val Ancestral, I don't know what it's called, like Ancestral Warrior Totem or something, because you need that because it boosts your damage when you press it, so you need to be able to press that to get more damage. And yeah, hello Geek Media Central, how's it going? And like playing a shadow or something, and you're trying to make like a physical, or you're trying to make a poison shadow, and you want to do poison and chaos damage. For that, you need to bring a curse. First of all, you always need a curse, and then you need a totem that casts a wither. So you need to place a totem that casts wither on the enemy for bosses to be able to do proper damage. So it's like, no matter what you do, you can't properly play a build that feels like thematically correct without just being bad. You need to always play like optimally. And that's my biggest problem with Path of Exile 1. You do get more hit when you level up. Yeah, that's tomorrow. It's not that long of a waiting room. All right, see ya. Ciao, ciao. Rest up. Figured I'd just play until I bricked. Are you playing hardcore? Reguline thinks he hates mages. Why? I'm gonna make a fire mage first. At least when I'm playing solo. Gonna make a time mage or a chronomancer with fire spells. But what I really want to do the most is do hybrid stuff, because that's what you've never been able to do in Path of Exile. Oh. You're being AoE farm mogged? I understand. Nope, no armor. Spears will be in soon. They did say the druids and huntress, or the druid and the huntress are gonna be the first two classes that they add afterwards. So it'll be close. Until the game just starts destroying you. Yeah, I mean, I think they've made the game easier. Either that or there's just that much power creep in the game now. Because either that or I just know how to play now. I'm not sure. But like I used to not be able to finish like Act 5. Like unironically, when Oriath or the Fall of Oriath came out, I couldn't beat Innocence on a lot of my characters. He was just so tanky and does so much damage. But now it's like the other way around. You go in and he can't even do his stuff before you kill him. Like when you're fighting the Brine King with a remotely decent build, you're just waiting for the animations to play out so you can attack him again. Hope to see if I can make the Angry Spirits ability work with a meta skill. The Angry Spirits ability, and what is that? What? I did see... I want to... There's so many things I want to try in Path of Exile 2. I want to make a Chayula monk and try having like Essence Drain on a cooldown. Just for use against bosses, for example. So that you have like a bonus single target dot that you can smack out. Because I really like the idea of being able to use spells and play a melee build simultaneously. I also saw someone talk about like playing, what is it called, like Warbringer or whatever as a warrior. Because then you can get like ancestral spirits from your totems. And then you play that together with the minions and you have like a warrior summoner build. Like summon spirits that just slam and stuff. I hope PoE 2 is good. I also hope it's good. It does look good. The make or break for me is whether the itemization ruins the game or not. Because that's kind of the case in Path of Exile 1. Is this guy still angry at me? Leave me alone! Because, and that's why they added weapon swapping, and that's what might save it, right? Because the problem with Path of Exile 1 is that you have to hyper specialize too much. And because you have to hyper specialize too much, you can't do anything else other than that. You know, like playing a bow ranger with traps or something is completely meaningless because you're better off just getting more bow damage and just more attack speed and whatever, just destroying everything on the screen rather than actually playing the game and like placing traps or something to slow enemies or whatever. And the same is true for like playing a melee build with spells or something. Like it's not worth it to even have like a single target ability, really. For the most part, you just play like Incinerate or whatever, and that's your entire build. Raging Spirits? Oh yeah. Raging Spirit seems okay now. I never liked it because I always thought that the spell is kind of ugly. But it could be cool with the Infernalists as a theme. I generally like to play theme builds more than optimizing, really. So, I mean, I like my builds to be functional, but I always go in from the perspective of playing some kind of theme, right? You know, like a Paladin or a Mage Knight or whatever. Instead of damage, do you think priority will be to become tanky and max resistance like early PoE? Who knows? I think the game is different enough that defenses will be different. Because like in Path of Exile 1, energy shield is stupid. It doesn't make sense within the context of the game. Like you can still play energy shield, but you need to have like specific setups for it. You know, like you have regen and you have like spell leech and stuff like that or whatever. You need to have some way to like sustain it, because otherwise there's just damage everywhere in PoE 1. You know, you're not gonna get just hit sometimes randomly. It's gonna be like, I don't know. Usually you just take damage all the time, and energy shield just doesn't make any sense to me in the game. While in Path of Exile 2, it looks like there's a lot more room for energy shield to function the way it was intended in the first place. To be something that like makes you tankier for a few hits. Because there's more room to deal with enemies and whatnot. Where are all the monsters? Are they in the middle? Are there so many? And I like that. I like that seemingly you can play minions more with like any build now. Because that's one of the biggest problems in Path of Exile 1 too, where again, due to hyper specialization, you couldn't really do minions outside of just playing minions only. Like eventually they did add that node that makes minion damage scale your damage too, and that way you could actually play minions together with, you know, chaos spells and stuff. But I honestly have played that the most, like trying to play Guardian or something melee with minions with the main minion damage node and whatnot. But the nodes that are available to you, and the fact that we no longer have to take health on the tree and all these kind of things, it's going to make the metagame very, very different. Even before we even look at like how monsters work and how the game actually plays, right? Because all the nodes are much weaker in Path of Exile 2, and you have more nodes, or you have more points to spend as well. So it might be a lot more viable to just be hybrid even without weapon swapping. But play a samurai theme? I mean, we haven't seen swords yet. I don't think they've ever shown off any sword videos at all. So we'll have to see how that feels. Because in Path of Exile 1, all the skills feel very clunky, right? Like, you're never gonna be able to pull off that kind of feel in 1. One of the biggest problems in Path of Exile 1 as well is that because the game is so static when it comes to movement and animations and whatnot, almost all the skills feel the same. and they're just, even though there are like a billion skills, there are like almost no skills. Within this like one thing that you want to do, there's almost nothing. Like if you want to play a melee sword build with just like something normal feeling, like what are you gonna play? Blade Storm, Cleave, Heavy Strike, Double Strike. That's it. There's the one that hits you in a circle, or hits around in a circle too. But and all like Blade Storm's like the only skill there that's actually viable too. Cleave is not very good. Yeah, but Blood and Sand is like the best gem as well. So, like... like you play Flesh and Stone anyway. Not as much anymore, but like before they nerfed it, you always played Flesh and Stone anyway. Guaranteed 50% blind in an area around you, always. It's a pretty good aura. Or was. Oh well, blind is always 50% miss chance, but... But back to items, really, like... One of the biggest issues with one is that you can't really progress on your own because of the way items work. Or, I mean, you can, but it sucks. Because just picking up items on the ground is almost impossible. Like, you can pick up, like, 500 rares and not get an upgrade because the item pools... or the mod pools on items are so bloated and atrocious. Because you're always gonna get some garbage, like a lowest, whatever the lowest tier is, like fire roll or something on your item, and then it's just garbage. Getting proper fizz flat and fizz percentage on an item, just those, not even talking about getting crit or like bleed or whatever on your weapon that you need. Just getting the 2 fizz rolls decently is astronomically difficult. It is almost impossible to get. And that's probably the change I'm looking forward to the most. Just actually being able to loot items off the ground and use them. Like in Path of Exile 1, the items are so bad that even in the latest, in the current league, where you have this the shipping function, you can just send resources off to some fucking island, and then after a while, it comes back with items, and you get like 20 items that have 6 tier 1 mods on them. Just like that, for free. 6 tier 1 mods. And they're all garbage. Because it just has so much dog shit on them. And you just need like very specific things for items to be good all the time. Or it's like, you know, it doesn't have 6 slots, even if it's good, so now you have to spend 6 billion items on it to get anything to function. Like, some items are a little bit easier to get decent, like belts, but that's because belts are boring in Path of Exile. They don't have any modifiers. Like the only thing you can get on them is health and like 3 resistance rolls. So getting ultimate belts is like actually easy. But yes, the boss design looks a lot better too. The boss design in Path of Exile 1 is not very good. Most of it is really bad. Especially like the League bosses towards later... The later stages. What I really want to see is, well... Because you have bosses like, I don't even know which one it is. The one where you do like Simon Says. I think that's Maven. I'm not sure. But like the fact that it has Simon Says in it as a boss mechanic, it's so bad it makes me want to not play the game, because I don't want to play Simon Says on a boss fight. And the other bosses are also stupid. Like it's like when you have to run the gauntlet with like the fireball maze and stuff like that. It's just, that's not what I want to do when I'm playing an RPG. So either that, or it's like Kitava, where the fight takes longer than the entire map, just because he has like 6 million invulnerability phases, and you do so much damage to him that all you're doing is just watching him. But the new bosses look a lot better. Resin. You won't play the Lighthouse raid when Kib does Stormblood? I don't know. Depends. Depends on if we get paid. I don't think that the raids are worth doing. I don't really think that they're particularly good, to be honest. Because the writing in them is all filler, always. And it's always just like referential content. It's not actually good writing either. So I'm not a huge fan of them in the first place, personally. Someone here is killing monsters. Stop killing my monsters. I thought the Ivalice raids were good. Well, they're cool. The fights themselves are cool. Though they do have, like, I'm not a huge fan of doing them, because they have a lot of those, you have to know exactly what to do mechanics in some cases, but it's usually fine. This guy's laughing at me. I think the XP here is actually really bad. We should probably actually not be fighting these. But I do want that armor. Assuming it actually drops here. Who knows? Skipped all the cutscenes, alright. What's that? Thought there was another item there. No. Just part of his sprite. Oh no, he's fighting me. Probably not the feverish smiley with the tongue out when I'm texting my mom. That's the one I always use. There we go. Yeah, I think the raids are fine when it comes to mechanics. I don't like the Alliance raids. Because I think that the Alliance raids just have tedious mechanics. I don't like those. But like the normal 8-man raids are usually fine. But I'm not really that interested in raid content either. Like I never want to do them like hard or extreme or whatever. It's just not something I'm interested in doing. It's not what I even want MMOs to be about. I want MMOs to be about something else. Guys, oh, there's like 3 people on this map right now. Potato! We don't want potatoes, we want wooden armor. So we can save 5,500 zlenny. I want them to be like Path of Exile 2, except on a grander scale. That's what I want. I don't even. I would honestly even prefer if they were like seasonal, but like maybe once a year or something instead of every 3 months. I don't think seasonal is perfect either, but it's better. It's a better solution than eternal vertical content, because that's also seasonal, by the way. It's just that it ruins the game in the process. Every WoW expansion is the same as a PoE seasonal or a league reset. It's just that the only difference is that you don't have to level from 1 in outdated content, but you still have to level from 1 in new content. But like WoW style, oh, we have a lot of status points. Jesus Christ! But like WoW style MMOs, I think that's over. I think we are ready to move on from that. Get a bit more vitality, maybe. Favorite raid series is Eden. I think Eden was fine. Didn't like the last boss, the one with the 20 titties. I was not a huge fan of that one because it required that you like looked at certain points in the arena to like have any clue what it was doing, and I don't like that kind of stuff, you know, where I have to look at the portrait and then I had to remember what the portrait's AoE pattern on the ground is, and then it's gonna like, oh, now we're gonna combine 2 portraits and you have to remember what the fuck this portrait's AoE pattern was. And that's where I draw the line. but everything else was fine. I mean, I'm just thinking, I don't think I ever did the 8-man in Endwalker. Don't think I ever bothered. Or at least I can't remember what it was in that case. Because I never did like whatever, where you're like fighting the Asians or whatever. I never did those. I thought it looked stupid. It did not go in the direction I wanted, story-wise. So I never did that. But because otherwise, when it comes to the 8-mans, Alexander, fucking awful. Absolutely atrocious. But both Omega and Eden are fine. Alexander is atrocious. I hate Alexander. Nothing about it is good. The music is bad. Theme is bad. The boss encounters are bad. It's just awful. Yeah, I haven't played Pandemonium. I do hate Goblin Core, it's terrible. Like, I like Masayoshi Soken's music, but I think it's extremely hit or miss. Like some songs are really good, but a lot of songs are just straight up bad, and a lot of his songs don't feel like they fit as well in the rest of the game. I think most of his best work is when he's doing like collabs with Nobuo Uematsu. But die, Willow. Use the skill. Use the skill. You have to click the skill like 60 times before they actually use it. It's insane. My favorite part is also that this has never been fixed. Like there are so many RO players and so many RO servers that do their own custom programming and shit, but there's not a single one. Even like the official RO team, no one has ever sat down and been like, can we improve the netcode? Can we make it so that you can press a button or walk without it having 1000 ms delay? No one has looked at that and been like, maybe that is something that would be doable. You want to see more Heart of Sabik? Well, hopefully you don't get the monkey paws curl with the new writing team. Did that wish? Resin, come on. 0.3% is good drop chance. The problem is just that you have to walk so much that makes the drop chance feel much worse. Path of Exile 2. I think the new Ascendancies are also a very, very good step in the right direction. The old Ascendancies were really bad. They're genuinely a problem in the design of the game. And the ones that we have in 2 right now are the way it should be done. more or less. Because when you're playing Path of Exile 1, the viability of your build is basically entirely determined by if your class has an ascendancy that supports it. You can't do generic stuff with almost any of the ascendancies. Like, it's... some you can, but... like in Path of Exile 1, you can't play a physical melee ranger unless you play flasks. That's the only way you can do that. Because you used to be able to play... I don't remember what it's called now. Warden, I think? Yeah. You used to be able to play Warden. But they changed that entirely, so now it's just you have to play Warden Elemental. So the only way to play you can only play Elemental. And they're like, you're very restricted by them. Like, you can't play duelists with a two-handed weapon. You can, but it's just stupid. Because all the small ascendancies give for like one-handed weapons too, and but in Path of Exile 2, you can play a melee Deadeye, which is the ranged specialist ascendancy. You can play that melee. Because they just made sure that they have enough nodes that actually can be picked with more than like one build. On some of them, it's a little bit tricky. Like the Infernalist, for example. If you want to play like a generic minion build with the Infernalist, you can do that. But you either have to pick like the Hellhound and some fire stuff, or you have to like reserve 75% of your health pool. Which is kind of harsh. But even if you do that, you can still have good survivability, because it, as long as you spec into it, it actually gives you more survivability. Yeah. So I'm very interested in seeing stuff about that. Like, what I want to play the most is some kind of bow build with swords. Probably mercenary with a two-handed sword, but also like playing Deadeye, but with melee weapons, like dual daggers or dual wielding swords or something. I think the one thing that I don't like that we've seen so far is they've usually had this mentality of we're not gonna do cooldowns. And when they have done cooldowns, it's been very minor. They did do some bigger cooldown spells later on, like Void Orb, I think. That's like a 15-second cooldown. But what they've done now with the warrior, they added that Hammer of the Gods ability, which summons a big hammer from the sky with a 22-second cooldown, and it has like plus 2000% damage scaling. What they've done there, unfortunately, is they have created mandatory abilities, which is bad. Because if you're playing a Mace Warrior, you're going to have that ability always. You won't be able to not have it. Because it's going to do so much more damage than any other option that you can possibly have when you stun an enemy, that not having it is just going to be not viable. And I'm worried that it's gonna be like that with everything else. Like, I'm gonna end up being forced to have like Comet or whatever on a fire mage because it just does that much damage. And I'm gonna have to make that be like, okay, now that they're stunned, I'm gonna have to use Comet or whatever. I do like cooldowns, but I think that they went overboard in the exact direction that they've been trying to avoid. So we'll see how that plays out. But there is also, you know, like Path of Exile 1 compared to from release and now, it's completely like there's no semblance. So there's still like Path of Exile 2 is also going to change a lot. One of the boons. Oh, you mean for the Deadeye? Yeah, it does do that. I think it does that in Path of Exile 2 or in 1 as well. Yeah. It's they just have projectile skills, fire 2 additional projectiles. And that means you can play a spellcaster Pathfinder, or a spellcaster Deadeye rather. That's the idea there. Let's see. You can actually kind of play Deadeye might not be quite as viable as I was saying in Path of Exile 2, but we'll see. Because you can kind of pick similar nodes, but it's the small nodes that are wasted, and that is a big deal. Because they give you 10% increased projectile damage in every path. We'll see how it plays out. But like in 1 you have ascendancies like the Saboteur. Can only do one thing. Traps, mines. Unless they changed it. Increased area. More crit against burning and shocked enemies. Traps. Area of effect cannot be blinded. Increased area of effect. Hits have 20% chance to deal 50% more area effect. No, you can. You can actually play Saboteur as just like an AoE spell thing too. Wow. However, this is something that bothers me when you look at the Guardian. The Guardian is supposed to be like a party or minion ascendancy, but getting attacked. Down here, you have the minion nodes, but they have changed them. It used to be like, it makes you and your allies faster and stuff like that. You run really fast, and it just makes your minions stronger, but now, grants level 20 Summon Sentinel of Radiance skill. 20% of damage from hits is taken from your Sentinel of Radiance life before you. 25% chance to trigger level 20 Summon Elemental Relic when you or nearby ally kill an enemy or hit a rare or unique enemy. So now they have like hard locked the thematic design of the class. So you can no longer play like a Templar with like an unholy theme and get like zombies without it feeling stupid together with your Radiant summons. So now if you want to play like a melee zombie build in Path of Exile 1, you either have to just get over it, play that, or you have to make a witch and play a necromancer. And the witch starts very far away from melee stuff. Yeah, Holly, that's gonna make things a lot more viable when it comes to hybridization, because you'll be able to pick support gems much more easily that way, and just use what you want to. And it'll mostly just come at the sacrifice of whatever the other stat that you're not taking gives. You know, like if you're not taking strength, you're not getting melee damage and health. This guy's angry. I'm killing his Elder Willow. Fuck you. Why are you following me? Go the other direction if you want to. Okay, so he's just being a douchebag. This guy's probably Russian. Artea. Okay, so he's just gonna follow me. Then we're just gonna AFK for a while. And look at the internet. What is this guy doing? I don't know. But this is what it's like to play Ragnarok online. Almost every single person who's still playing this game is literally brain dead. It's just like some Russian or some Brazilian guy who's just like, I don't know. I genuinely don't know what he's doing. Like, he's just following me. He's mad that I'm grinding in his area, and now he's just trying to harass me by, because he's a hunter, right? So he's going to be able to take my kills every single time. So that's what he's gonna do now, because he's mad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and hope that we don't get killed. But yeah, Polly, you can take those big nodes. Like, there are big int and big decks with like plus 30 or whatever on them. Just take those until you can get some, like an int necklace or something. Ah. He's still here. Like, what is he doing? I don't know. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use a flywing. And it's gonna teleport us to a random spot on the map, and then fuck that guy. But yeah, Polly, see? You know how the game works. The thing, like the thing what I hate the most about Path of Exile 1 is that when you're just a regular player and you're trying to just play the game and have fun and make like some kind of theme build, right? Like, is that is how builds should be in reality. It should be like, I wanted to play this type of character, because usually it's just some basic shit, you know, like I want to play 200 swords with cleave or whatever, and that should work, but it usually doesn't, because the difference between like a meta build and a normal person build in Path of Exile 1 is like, you can do endgame content, or you are literally going to have a bad time even just getting to maps. It's like a difference of 10 to 50 times power playing a bad versus a good build. It is ridiculous how poorly balanced Path of Exile 1 is. But so we'll see how that changes. But that's also like it's kind of a limitation of the way the game works, because when all the skills are so static and samey, you know, in reality it's like you're either like pressing bash or you're shooting some kind of projectile. That's like, if you boil it down, that's what every single ability is. And none of them really have movement or, you know, other functions really built into them. It's just damage, you know? And when the game is like that, and it's just about speeding around at max speed, just killing everything on the screen, some ability concepts are just going to be better at that, because it's just, you know, Blade Storm, for example. You can switch Blade Storm on the fly between being bigger AoE or being smaller and do more damage against bosses, right? So now you have an ability that just kills everything on the screen, but at the same time it also supports just killing one enemy very, very well. Or like the fact that spell builds do the same or more damage than a melee build and has more survivability because you're just not near enemies and you're not getting hit constantly, and you can attack bosses while you're farther away from them instead of having to stand where like all the slams happen constantly and shit, you know. And that's what's going to change to some degree. Like, every ability isn't going to be viable for being like a main ability in Path of Exile 2 either. But in this case, now that ability actually has a reason to exist. Because that skill is about, you know, freezing enemies or getting away or stunning enemies, or, you know, it does something that you want it to do instead of just damage. And it also really depends on how much they limit certain stats. Like, are we going to end up with 8 attacks per second again? Or, you know, like you can probably get up to like 12 or more in Path of Exile 1. And that's just like 12 attacks per second. That's Warcraft 3 custom map tier bullshit. Like, it shouldn't ever be like that. You should never ever get up to 12 attacks per second, no matter what. Took until I was back in Oriath before I decided to respec my retaliation damage node. Yeah, I mean, it really, I haven't really played that much since the retaliation stuff. Or the retaliation rework. I just thought that the two-handed retaliation ability was ugly, so I refused to use it. Like the hand that slams down. I was like, this is ugly, and we're not doing that. Because I actually really liked the previous one, where if you just got attacked, it was a random chance of like a big axe swinging around you. I still thought that was, you know, it didn't make sense because it, like, I'm not using an axe, but whatever. But it still felt like it fit better. I liked using that one. Because there are some minor things you can do with certain things, like if you're playing you're playing a spell build, you can, for example, put Ice Nova on yourself. Like, you take cast when damage taken, and then you take Steel Skin. The Steel Skin is the best defense skill in the game, unless you're playing armor. And then you get Steel Skin, cast when damage taken, and then you also get Ice Nova and Elemental Proliferation. And that way, when you get hit with like a burst of attacks, like there are like 5 enemies hitting you, that'll trigger the Ice Nova and it'll freeze enemies around you. And you could kind of do the same thing with, I don't know what it was called, Reckoning, I think. And then you put like Life Leech on it, or you put, you can either put Life Leech on it, or you just have Life Leech from the tree, and then you put Knockback on it, and you put extra stun on it. And that way you have this thing that just like randomly, because the knockback isn't particularly good. It's like 10 or 20%. It's not very good. And the stun is also going to be very low. But what it's going to do is it's going to hit enemies around you, and it's going to knock them away, like a few of them at least. And it might stun like 2 of them. And that in and of itself just reduces damage that you're gonna take, so it can save you from like being bursted down. Dealing damage to enemies when they hit you in melee. I didn't even know there was like a Thorns node, like reflect damage. But yeah, that sounds really bad. The main problem with Thorns has always been that enemies just don't attack you enough for it to be viable. Like, it needs to be like massive amounts of damage, or just you just let the enemies stand there and whack on you. Usually they just die before you kill them, so. PSA for NVIDIA users. There is a newly released NVIDIA driver specifically targeting performance for PoE 2. Install at your own risk. The text of the update says this though. Path of Exile 2 enters early access on December 6th. The GeForce RTX gamers jumping into the massive ARPG will find day one support for DLSS, Super Resolution, and NVIDIA Reflex, which will reduce PC latency by up to 57%, helping keep you alive in Path of Exile 2's most dangerous dungeons. Wow. Give me armor. Okay, how much hit do we need for wolves? Wolf. 89, dude. Yeah, super early it can be useful. I'm thinking we get strength up to like 40 and then we get some more dex maybe. Because if we get like 10 more levels before we fuck with the wolves. Wait, never mind, that's the wrong wolf. There. 65. Alright, we just need 5 more. That was the boss. And yeah, there are a lot of early nodes that are actually, like, especially if you're playing Marauder, there are a lot of early nodes that are really good that you can spec out of later. Like in that little circle to the left, you have like the, I think that's where you found that one. There's that, and then there's the elemental resistance, and then there's just like some armor. But like those nodes are really good because it lets you just have good survivability right away. Like the first thing you get is a little bit of damage, because you can easily get double damage in like the first 10 levels. So that's what you want. And then you go and you get like whatever elemental resistance node is closest. Because getting double damage is pretty good. And honestly, like, I say that you can respec out of them later, but later is like level 90. Because the reality is, one of the hardest things in Path of Exile 1 is gearing. Because it's so hard to find gear that's actually good. Because the gear needs to have better stats than what you have already. It needs to have the exact correct ones. And then you also need to... you know, if you replace a pair of boots that have like really good fire and cold res, but your current ones have like fire and lightning res, all right, now you need to find like a better hat that has cold res to make up for it. And taking elemental nodes just gives you some leeway to actually gear properly without having to pull your hair out. And the crafting bench helps a lot too when it comes to that, but that's also something that they've improved in Path of Exile 2 with the sockets, where you can actually just slap something in there to help you balance the item out a little bit so you can actually use it. But there are so many things on top of each other that need to be right to be able to use an item in Path of Exile 2 that it's not really right. In Last Epoch, I think Last Epoch has one of the better solutions to that. Last Epoch does a lot of things right. It's just that it just feels cheap, and it's not really doing anything new either. But they have those, it's kind of like in Diablo 2 you get charms, right? But they take up inventory space. Charms is one of the worst inventions ever, but it's also one of the better inventions. It's just that they needed to have their own inventory. And that's what they did in Last Epoch. They created a charm inventory, or they're called idols there. So you can just save all the idols you find, and if you need to replace an item that has the wrong resistances, then you can swap out some idols and you can still kind of... Yeah. Like, I like Last Epoch, but I get bored of it because it's just not really... It's just not really innovative enough. Like, the skill system is nice. The way you can customize your abilities and stuff, I like that. But at the end of the day, it kind of just plays like Diablo 2, except you have a few more buttons, but it doesn't really matter, you know? Like, Diablo 3 unironically has better gameplay design, because when I'm playing Diablo 3 and even if I'm playing a wizard, but especially when I'm playing a barbarian, I'm using my buttons for specific reasons. Like, I have charge, so I can move faster, but it's also to move away from things that are about to hit me. It's also to generate fury. It's also just to do damage as well sometimes. And you also have stomp that you can use, like, oh shit, I'm taking a lot of damage. Okay, I'm gonna press stomp. Or you want to use stomp to like gather up enemies, or you need to use stomp to build fury. But in Last Epoch, it's just like I'm gonna use chain lightning 3 times in a row, and then I'm gonna press ball lightning, and then that's that. Like you just do that. So you just left click 3 times and right click once. Left click 3 times, left click once, and that's now the entire gameplay loop. So because the game, the enemies and the game is just, it's not advanced enough, so it's just not interesting. It's just Diablo 2 with extra steps, unfortunately. But I'm not 100% sure exactly how Path of Exile's gameplay is going to end up feeling. With this whole idea that, oh, you're gonna break armor with this ability and you're gonna do that. Like, maybe that will end up feeling good, or it'll feel very clunky and just tedious. We'll just have to see. I should buy some snacks for tomorrow and not eat it all today. I'll go for a little walk later and do that. Let's see. Kiwi2db.pw. 2 hours until it's less than 24 hours. Alright, Paulie. Sleep tight, dude. See you tomorrow. Give me my armor. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, even when we're streaming, you have to just not... You have to be a little bit more positive than what you probably actually are, because people want to be hype with you. That's why almost all content creators are like that, because that's what you have to do as a content creator a lot. But yeah. I'm not a content creator, like that's Kib's job. I'm just kind of there sometimes, so that's why I just shit on games, because I don't stream to be a streamer or like a content creator. I just stream to have a chat room. That's why like I don't really care that much about growing my channel or anything like that. But yeah, go to bed. Honestly, like most content creators, when it comes to PoE, are like, PoE is flawless. There's nothing wrong with it. Like watching any of the big PoE streamers, they're all like that. They're just complete PoE evangelists. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. Everything is perfect. Not to mention the second game. I mean, honestly, people have been more critical of PoE 2 than they have of 1 just because 2 is different now. But people seem to be coming around in a big way. Because it does seem very, very promising. It might be interesting to play hardcore, like more interesting than 1 actually, because Path of Exile 1 hardcore it's like not really about learning the game or anything like that. It's kind of just about knowing what stats to get and like how much health you need to have at this moment. Because the bosses are so simple, it's like you just need to learn like one animation. This is his one shot. This is how you avoid it, and that's it. The rest is just like, do you know how to get enough damage? Because the biggest defense layer in Path of Exile 1 is having loads of damage, so that you can like kill the boss within like 1 cycle of his patterns. So you only have to like deal with stuff once, instead of like 4 times if you have a bad build. Same reason, you know, same thing that makes Dark Souls difficult, kind of, too. Except in 1, they don't really have very interesting patterns, while in 2, they seem to have more Dark Souls-like patterns and stuff going for them. And like, I don't actually hate that aspect of Dark Souls, even though I hate Dark Souls. The reason I hate Dark Souls is because enemies have their patterns, but you literally only have one way to deal with it. Because the game is just so basic, you just have your dodge button. That's why I love Sekiro. Sekiro is the best action game ever made, in my opinion. It is absolutely amazing. While Dark Souls is fucking garbage. That's because Sekiro actually has buttons and things you do in it. And that's why I think Path of Exile 2 is probably, hopefully, going to be a big hit with that crowd as well, because it's gonna tickle that same aspect of it. And you'll also potentially be able to do like, you know, like naked runs and stuff like that, because bosses are gonna have a lot less passive damage all the time. But we'll see. We will see. No, don't walk on my loot! I don't think I can kill Bigfoot. Bigfoot is tanky as fuck. Where's my armor, you piece of shit? We're not actually getting like any XP here, I just want the armor. We have 200 resin, I can probably buy the armor. I mean, I can. I know for sure I can, I just would like to get this armor. And not have to buy it. It also comes with card slots. Not that we're gonna be getting cards anytime soon, so we're not gonna keep playing this game. But, you know. Give me the loot, Elder Willow. I could go on all day when it comes to problems with Path of Exile 1, because it's one of those games that I really want to enjoy, but it's just like every single aspect of it is just genuinely not good, and it just ruins my experience every single time I try to do anything in it. And Path of Exile 2 fixes almost every single problem I have. I hate flasks. Flasks are fucking garbage in Path of Exile 1. Having to... It's not just having to press the buttons every, like, 6 seconds that is bad in it. It's also the fact that, like, if you don't do it, you're gonna get just exploded instantly by some bullshit. And on top of that, you have to be able to, like, piano to the correct button whenever you get, like, because you need to have a potion to get rid of freeze, bleed, poison. You need to have one to get rid of curses. You need to have one to get rid of ignite. You need to have one to get rid of shock. And that's too many flasks. And then you have to solve that through the tree. But then you have to know, oh, which button was shock? Something that you get applied to you like once in a million years, and you won't even be able to tell when you're shocked. So it needs to be like a button that you press all the time anyway, so you can just randomly get rid of shock when you get it, because otherwise you're gonna take like 40% more damage and just get one-shotted. Or you need to have like freeze somewhere, because otherwise you're just gonna get instantly obliterated the second you get frozen. And again, you get frozen so rarely that you need to remember, okay, which button was the anti-freeze serum, and then you need to go and press that before you get insta-killed. While you're still like pressing these buttons constantly as well. And like the defensive flasks, it's not even like, oh, it's this mob type, I better press the flask now, you know, prepare beforehand or whatever. No, it's just gonna be like, okay, that's just some random monster, but this time it had extra crit and like extra physical damage, so now it does 10 times more damage than any other mob on the entire map, which is also a problem. Because I think mods on monsters are kind of okay. I don't really like it that much, but it makes monsters feel more interesting. They really aren't, in reality. They're just normal mobs with different stats. But because in my opinion, it would be more interesting if you had, instead of having like magical mobs and champions or rares or whatever, you would have tier 1 mobs, tier 2 mobs, and tier 3 mobs. So it's kind of like if you look at Diablo 3 or something, if you have like big mobs, like the big lumbering guys that explode when you kill them, and then you have like the fallen and fallen shamans, or maybe like tier 1, tier 2 or whatever. And that like determined, they made more actually difficult monster types, and that was like, if you kill that, then you get better drops, instead of it just being like, okay, here's the yellow fallen, he's fucking garbage, but he's going to give you guaranteed rare because he's rare. Or just have some bullshit on him, you know, like, oh, it's a fallen, he has soul eater, so now he has 20 attacks per second all of a sudden and is tankier than literally every single boss in the entire game. So you killed like 3 other guys next to him. And the fact that they have so many mods on everything, you know, you have like crit mods on monsters, you have damage mods on monsters, you have crit mods and damage mods on maps. It makes the difficulty scale be like, whoa, it's all over the place. So you can't ever play the game at a level where it feels like semi-consistent. It's just gonna be random one-shots from some random thing. Or you get monsters that are just invulnerable because it happened to be a certain monster type that got a certain mod. You know, it's just too many random RNG variables on top of each other in Path of Exile 1 that makes the RNG range of how dangerous things are way too large. And I think that's better in Path of Exile 2 as well, because from what I can tell, they have removed a lot of the damage mods from maps. So now you get like damage mods on the left side and positive mods on the right side, which means that you now have less random there, and I think monsters also have less RNG stuff on them, but I don't know about that. So that's an improvement. Something that they haven't improved is stupid mods, like defenses. Defenses are stupid mods. Monsters that just take less damage against fire, that's a stupid mod. It has no reason to exist at all. Because it doesn't do anything, it's just boring. It doesn't force you to have a different element or anything like that. Like if you do have a different element, yay, you can do damage normally to like 1 mob in a million. And otherwise all that happens really is that you're just gonna kill them really slowly. Like what? Why? And it doesn't like it doesn't create any thing. Like there's no reason for it to exist. At most, what it might do is like, okay, now you need to have a curse, and you need to like curse it to have less resistances. You have that anyway. You have to have that anyway. So it doesn't do anything. Extra Life is the same mod, except less stupid. Because it's just like, okay, this mob is slightly more tanky against everything. It does the exact same thing, except that it's not going to be invulnerable just because you're this build. So that's a stupid mod. Stone Eater is another stupid mod that makes no sense. It just makes one enemy super turbo juiced. And you can't play around it. You can't do anything about it. Because you're just gonna kill some random like fallen by just like standing there. And then the mob is just gonna get super turbo. Or no. And it never runs out. Like it does, but it feels like it never does. Like that's the one thing where I'm like, okay, I just have to turn off the game now because otherwise this guy is just gonna kill me. Especially if you get it in like a... what do you call it? Like I got a Soul Eater, there's a Soul Eater boss, right? And all she does is she keeps spawning mobs. So she never runs out of Soul Eater bonuses. So unless you can kill her like immediately, you just can't kill her. And the difficulty is also a problem in Path of Exile 1. And what I mean with that is, if you like playing the game in a challenging way, you like killing monsters that are slightly tanky and it takes a little bit of time to go through a map. If you enjoy playing at that level of difficulty, the game is unplayable. You're not allowed to participate in the mechanics because every single league mechanic in the entire game are more difficult than the map that you're on. So you can't play maps at a difficult level and also do league mechanics. Because if you do breach, the breach mobs are going to be a higher base level than the map mobs, and you're just not going to be able to cope. And the same thing if you're doing like any timed mechanic, you won't be able to do it because the mobs are tankier. Like even if you're one-shotting mobs, if you're one-shotting white mobs, that's still too difficult often. Because then you do like a Legion mechanic, or you do you do Alva, and you have those, they're timed, and you go in and okay, now the monsters take like 3 hits to kill all of a sudden, and you just can't do it because you actually need to be playing at an even lower difficulty where you kill rares even faster to be able to participate. And there are so many timed things that do this, so you just can't actually play the game properly unless you play it at a low difficulty. So the game like actively punishes trying to, and that's like actually counter to their design philosophy, which is risk versus reward. Like that, they always talk about that. They always talk about they want to have risk. You take risks, and then if you take risks, you'll get higher rewards. But what it actually means is you have to take less risks to be able to get rewards. Because you have to, because the league mechanics are always better than the maps, right? So you have to play at a level where you can do the league mechanics by taking less risk on the normal map, so you can get more rewards from being able to do the league mechanics. And it's just a very unfun way for the game to function. And I unfortunately doubt that they'll fix that, because that's like a core design flaw that they have with leagues that I don't think that they're going to really solve. And I'm also kind of worried about what the leagues are going to look like going forward, because the latest leagues in Path of Exile 1 have been bad, like atrocious. Every single one has been fucking awful, because they're all about not playing Path of Exile. They're always introducing some fucking stupid minigame, some fucking garbage that you have to do that is just not part of the game, and it's so bad. The latest one is so stupid. Like, why am I managing this fucking mobile game town that's just gonna give me free items that are better than anything I'll be able to find by doing 100 maps? Like, why is that part of the game? And before that, we had the TFT Auto Battler League. That was the worst league. That's the worst league that they've ever made. You had to go in and do like TFT Auto Battler bullshit that barely worked. And that was the entire league. Like, why am I doing this? And they also introduced a roguelike, which was also atrocious, because it was also not playing Path of Exile. We got the armor! Now we can finally leave. The roguelike was so dog shit. It did not make any sense. It was so ass. What do you mean 25? How does armor work? Mine is 15 def. Mine is 25 def. It says 4 defense. It's this server thing. But what was I saying? Yeah, the roguelike. It's like, instead of playing Path of Exile, you're now doing a stupid roguelike where instead of having like your own health, you have to like fight these monsters that have like super stupid like telegraphed attacks, and if you get hit, then oh, you lose. They really need to stop making leagues that aren't part of the game. Something that they haven't really leaned on is just making content leagues. I don't know why they don't just do that. Like you can make a simple mechanic if you really need a mechanic, but otherwise just make a bunch of items. Make a new ascendancy. Like make one new ascendancy for each class. Why can't that be a league? Like you don't have to make these fucking like Bloons TD5 ass leagues. Which they did. They literally did Bloons TD5 league. And it's fucking garbage. It's literally also the worst league. Light is so bad. You need to know exactly how to play it, exactly which turrets win you the game, because that is how it is. It's like you can't build this or that turret, it has to be this specific turret, and you have to like empower this turret. Otherwise you just can't win, because the monsters are like ultra omega tanky, and you need a super meta build to be able to actually fight the monsters there. Like even when I'm doing tier 16 maps on some of my normal homebrew builds, I couldn't do like tier 1 blight maps, which is just insane to me. You know, you get like this big boss that's just wandering all of a sudden, and even if I have towers on the entire map and I've built like every single tower, I still fail because there's just like a boss that's just walking towards the middle and then just bricks the map, and I can't kill him because he has like 6 billion health. I don't understand. Life is so bad. But yeah. Alva was actually a decent league. Like I don't like Alva, I don't like Legion. I don't like what was I thinking? Well, let's just go with those, because they're timed. And because they're timed, you have to play them at a certain difficulty level, otherwise you just don't get anything out of them. And I don't think that that's good design. There's no reason for it either, like... You just have to play speed meta, or you're not allowed to participate in the video game. But other than that, like Alva was a good league because it was just playing Path of Exile, except it had this extra, like almost like a raid, you know, where you have this big encounter, which was the pyramid that you made yourself, and then you got the boss that was different based on what you did. The boss is lame in the temple, though, I will admit it's super lame. But the entire concept is really actually cool and good. And Legion is also pretty decent. It's just you press a thing and then there's a bunch of shit that you have to destroy and then you fight some guys. But it's also time-based, which means that like you can't play it. unless you are playing a meta build or whatever. It's like if you're playing cleave, with a two-handed sword and you're not, like, you're trying to play a slower cleave build where you hit heavy, and you're just playing at a level where you feel comfortable just killing mobs, like, yeah, the rares might take a few seconds to kill, but it's fine. And then you start a Legion encounter and you kill like 4 guys, and then you get stuck on trying to kill one of the rares and you just can't kill them. And then the time's over and you get nothing. It's just not good. Doesn't make any sense. That's why Strongbox is the best league. You just get a fucking Strongbox in the ground. It spawns monsters, then gives you items. The only thing bad about Strongboxes is that they're not identified when you see them, so you have to stop, identify, see like what they're gonna do. If you need to watch out so you don't get one-shotted. In reality, it's like, does it freeze me or not? That's pretty much it. So you can usually just click it. But as long as you just have a freeze potion on, you can just click them. But it's also like, having to stop and like turn them into magical chests and stuff like that. It's just kind of clunky. It's not great. But otherwise, like that and shrines. Tormented Spirit is decent, but they're just annoying. Like, why are they running away from me? It's just tedious as fuck. It's almost better to just put the Tormented Spirit on something and just, that's just how it works. Alright, sell some grapes. Sell some tree roots. I mean, apparently tree roots are rare. Or maybe not. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Sticky mucus, 252 resin. We made 15,000. God damn. I'll take that. Sell the iron ore. We're not gonna make a blacksmith. Yep. So now we have 20k. What do we do with 20k? We can buy better boots. What does a wolf drop? Wolf drops Mantle, which has 4 armor, which is exactly the armor that we are using right now. So we could have just been killing those instead. This has 4. However, the wolf is a lot tankier, I think. Yeah. What's the XP rate difference? 329 XP, while on Elder Willow, 163. Alright, so the wolf is twice as good. Take it off, dude. Why can't I take that off? But I think we go back to Frontera and see if we can buy a new weapon, maybe. Illunium. Don't have that, we have Fracon. "30-minute attack speed potions. I think we want some of these." Nah, that's way too expensive. I think you actually want to buy that, but I think you can make back $100 in 30 minutes, but I'd rather go and see if we can buy something. We're also just gonna teleport. If we are able to. Actually, we might have free teleport tickets. We did. Let's see, we might be able to buy a new shield, but I would rather buy a new weapon. We can. This damage is good. The blade has 53 attack. We can get a scimitar, which has 85. Or we can save 400 and get a ring pommel saber. Or 4,000 rather. Even if I sell everything we have here, we won't make that. So, was this where I wanted to go? Wolves. Ion Field 2. No, we were actually closer. We need to teleport back to Pion. Alright, well, whatever. But now we know. I need either 26,000 or like 40, 50,000 to be able to buy a Tsurugi. Wait, where's the Kafra? There. And now, where are we? We need to go south from here. I think we actually were like in the right place. No, we can actually go south here. I have no sense of like how big of a difference the armor is gonna make. Well, took 1 damage. So I think we'll be fine. They have less health than said on the site. It said 900, they have maybe like 500. Might be renewal stats. And they give no XP. Is this actually what we want to fight? I mean, we have to do it for the quest, regardless. Judging by the other mobs here, I think these wolves are actually kind of low level. This is the biggest problem with Ragnarok nowadays. Everyone's playing on some different fucking version. We'll just follow the guide for now. Or the quests, rather. How dangerous is a snake? It's gonna poison me, though. Yeah, they suck too. All the enemies here are like level 15. It said that these are level 25, but they're not. They're level 15. They're not giving me anything. And they are pathetic. Do you actually get Zenny from killing them too? No. That's fine. Let's see. Alright. Twenty more wolves. Normally, buying gear like I'm doing now, barely viable. You have to go and grind things that you don't need to use potions for in that case, which you can do. That is kind of doable, but this server is giving you infinite potions, which is kind of lame. I don't like it. So you don't have to buy potions. So you can just buy gear like instantly. Don't know what the mushrooms drop. Well, not worth farming those. All the wolves just disappeared. See, this is also great. Like, the game, I'm standing one tile next to this wolf, but the game is like, I can't find it. I can't find it. I can't attack it. I can't attack it, even though it's targeted. I can't. Dude, the pathfinding code must be so atrocious for this game. Holy shit. I kind of want to see the code for it. These enemies are good though. Like this is a good farm. I think farming the wolves here instead of when we farmed like culvert or something would have probably been a better idea, because the wolves, I mean, at least if this was a real server, I actually kind of hate this server, but if this was a good server that was actually classic for real, I think these guys drop meat, so that's a good place to farm just because they give you stuff. Give you healing items. Hello, Abdingek, how's it going? I'm alright if my computer doesn't crash today. If it does, then I'm terrible. So hopefully it doesn't crash. Oh! Jesus. Oh, we're done with the wolves? Alright, where do we go now? I'm not really sure. Well, okay. Well, the quest is going to tell us where to go. Unfortunately. Level up box. Oh wait, I'm too low level to open it, I guess. Fair enough. I just bought a new laptop with RTX 4070, but somehow I cannot play right. What do you mean you can't play it? What is happening? I mean, I literally only came back to Ragnarok Online after like 15 years yesterday because I was bored. So I don't know if I can actually help you, but... what is it doing? So where do I want to go now? Base experience. Between... Let's say 350 and 700. Naturally spawned mob only, yes. Search pre-re monsters, yes. Archer skeleton. Ow. Ooh. Black screen on login menu, but audio still on. Could it simply be this? That your graphic device is set to the wrong thing? Because most laptops come with 2 GPUs. It has like a dedicated GPU like the RTX 4070, and then it often has an internal one like an Intel whatever. and you might need to specify that, which one it's using. But it should render on either. But black screen, I don't know. Let me take a look here, actually. Because this server said something about, like, if you have this or that error, then you can do this, so... I don't know where that was, though. Pressing that just does that. Black screen of death. Black screen when starting RO. Black screen. There seems to be a lot of that. Run setup.exe. Make sure to uncheck disable hardware accelerated graphics. That's not a thing in there. But yeah, just changing the graphics device to something else might work. Either way, I don't know. More than that. Is this thing supposed to have like its own monster database? It has items. That's it. Okay, but if we can't trust that, then I did a search. Right, Archer Skeleton, Argos. We need something with like 600, 700 base XP. Ongun, Christmas Cookie, Desert Wolf. Is there anything that drops items that are good? Sort by base XP per hit point. Metaling. But Metalings have... don't they have like super defense or something? We'd have to go to Einbrock. They drop a gun. Ruffalunium is good. Goblin. We fight goblins. The goblin drops a buckler. They are medium. I think that's right for the sword. Yeah, no, I did. There was a page that I found when I was installing this, and it had a bunch of solutions for a bunch of errors, like missing DLLs and stuff, and I was trying to find that, but I don't know where it was. I don't know if it was for just installing IRO or whatever. But if you Google it, there seems to be like 6 million different people who have the same problem, so I'm sure some of them have a solution. But I think we need more decks for almost everything. Like even goblins are 68, but goblins, I mean, I don't know. Goblins could be good because wolves are supposed to have 300, but the wolves on this server seem bad. Like, they don't have the same amount of HP that they're supposed to, and they don't give almost any XP. So maybe goblins. Because he drops a shield. That's what's interesting there. Kobold. Kobolds drop steel. Orcs drop axes, battle axe. Is there anything that drop one-handed sword? Familiars drop falchions, but the falchion is shit.
Orcish sword. Orc hero, no. Rapier. Executioner. Sounds bad. Ring pommel saber. Drake. Executioner. Saber. Drake. Nope. Scimitar. Executioner. Nope. Yeah, I don't think we can farm any swords anywhere. Tsurugi is Sidewinder. That's actually farmable, but they're a little bit too strong for me right now. They've got 5,000 health. Level 43. Pirate skeleton are in Endless Tower. Endless Tower, that's Baphomet's place, right? I don't want to go there. No. All right. Let's try goblins. Do I actually remember where that is? Field, Prontera Field. Hunter Goblin. Prontera Field 11. That's... Now, where is this? It's 2 south of Prontera, okay. I think we're actually kind of just as close if we go from here. If the Flywing wanted to play a game. Black mushroom. Okay. Ow! Did 300 damage. 6% from a pickle. The problem with any of these zones is that there are just too few monsters. It's not worth it. I think at this point, when I have played this game before, I would probably be in Byblos or whatever. Just running around there. Maybe that's where we want to be. I don't know. We'll go and bash some goblins and see if it's worth being there at all. Maybe orcs are worth killing. Orcs are usually fine too. I think the orcs are in this direction as well. I genuinely don't remember much. Plus, I mostly played assassins. So we should have goblins here. These pigs are basically unkillable. I kind of wonder if we might have to farm some money, buy a better weapon, and upgrade it a little bit, rather than just go and brute force XP. Are there even goblins on this map? Is this the right map? Only pigs here. Killable, but kind of sucks. 1.7%. Actually not bad, but we're killing them so damn slowly that I kind of think that what I just said is probably right. We should... We should focus on getting more money, but we don't need that much. We might be able to get that money here. The problem is if we end up fighting two of these, that's gonna eat a lot. Maybe desert wolves or something might be a better idea. Where are all these monsters coming from? What the fuck? They're just like spawning out of them. Do they call friends? Do they like summon other guys? Fuck's sake. SP. Magnum Break is 30 SP. Jesus Christ. They just swarm, dude. I don't know if this scale is actually good to sell or not. I don't think it says on items. I kind of wish it would just say like how much it sells for, but I guess not. Skill sells for 80. So we got 800 there then. Not great, not bad. Let's see if we can scrape together 2,400 or whatever. I don't know what weapon, like do all weapons use Fracon first? And then Orichalcum after a certain point? Because the reality is, we're not really that far from just buying a Tsurugi. Or, I don't know what weapon we want, if it's a Flamberge or if it's a Tsurugi. Flamberge, 150 attack. Buy 60,000. Required level 27. The Tsurugi has 130. 50,000. So we do want the Flamberge. And I wonder if we could just go straight for the Flamberge. We just need a good place to farm money. Desert Wolves. But it really depends. Subterranean Orc Cave. Let's see, Orc. Where's the Orc village? We're like one map away from Orc village. we can figure out the path to get up there. Oh, I was in the right place earlier. It was too laggy. Couldn't get out. All right. Desert Wool. Veins Field. No. Orcfield 13. It's got super aggro turbo sidewinders. Okay, Desert Wolves are not very good either. They're in bad maps. And we can't just teleport to Rachel. Let's just try Babylos. I think that's, you go there from Islud, right? This isn't the right way. No. Bjalan, that's what it's called. But where do you go? What ship? I just remember there's just some random NPC you talk to and then you go there. Yalan Island. Has to kill something. This guy seems killable, but he's still annoying. I think we should just get 4,000 more money and buy a new weapon. Just turbo grinding for the Flamberge is probably a bad idea. Hello, Lanny, how's it going? These mobs are not great. Alright, so how much XP do we get from one of these? 60.6. 1%. It's not terrible. But we do lose a lot of health fighting them, which I don't really like. What does a nipper sell for? Nipper sells for 57. That's pretty bad. What about tentacle? 35. It's just that for farming money, I feel like I might as well just be in the culvert or something. It takes forever to get to culvert level 4 too. So I think culvert level 4 would probably be pretty good now. This place seems okay though, like as long as we just keep killing things. They also dropped Emveratarkon. I've actually never pronounced that in my entire life. As long as we don't overfight the bottoms, this is fine. Like, we can kill 1 or 2, but then we need to kill the other mobs to regen health. I think we need more strength. I don't know if I should get more strength or agility. I feel like vitality isn't bad, but I feel like you can get that at a slower rate than everything else. But I also think that increase HP recovery is also affected by vitality. So it will also give us much more sustain if we do get more vitality, but more important than sustain is doing more damage and killing the monsters faster, which is going to be strength and agility at this point. But the reason I'm kind of wondering if it's better to have more agility now is I feel like we need more damage from the weapon more than from strength, but strength is still good. I do like a bit of int, but I think that is for much later. I think that's like rebirth. And not before. Marina. Do they drop anything? See, this is what I like about this game. It's like everything that you fight have like a unique drop table. And That's what makes it fun and interesting. I don't think that the items are good. Like, I think there could be more to it. More and better items that you can drop for monsters, but it's, you know, compared to like World of Warcraft, it's leagues better. There are a bunch of little things you can get. I feel like. .3% for one of these. Why would I want to enter a state that gives me Why would I want to enter a state that gives me minus 55% defense when I'm low life? That sounds so bad. What we actually need to be farming is Fracon monsters or something. Because it's cool? Maybe. Whatever drops Fracon or Rough Orichalcum. Because we are very dependent on gear. I think orcs drop Orichalcum. But I think we are not strong enough to fight orcs. And the upgrades on weapons are really good too, so that's gonna do a lot more damage. Well, what we need to conquer orcs is more gear. To get more gear, we need more money. Oh, pick it up. Pick it up. I like that you pick up an item called single cell, and it clearly has 4 cells on the icon. Hello, Anastasia, how's it going? This was 1% on this guy. The nippers are decent drops, but they're not great. Let's grind here until we get one more level. And all your character can do is auto attack? No, I have 2 abilities. I have Bash and I have Magnum Break. But the SP recovery rate is like 1 SP per minute. Magnum Break costs 30 and Bash costs 8. So look, well, no, let's not bash this guy. There might be a crab here that we need to bash. Ah, crab. Let's kill the Hydra first. Bash! Ah! Yeah! There. It's only level 3, so the bash or level 5, so the bash does barely double damage. Ooh, a solid shell. Alright, I'm gonna go down and see if we can fight anything down here. Rocks. Oh, targeted the wrong thing. Whoops. Well, luckily we have like infinite free potions, so who cares? Oh. This is gameplay. Frog. That's a tanky ass frog. 98.5. Oh. Good XP, good XP. Put it in strength. Can we kill a Cornutus? Holy shit, does do loads of damage. Really bad XP too. All right. Let's see if we can get a new sword. Is it fun to play? No, not at all. Why? Why do you ask? This is almost double. We can get 2 defense from a hat. I only like grindy games. If it's not grindy, don't really want to play it. Almost. Yeah, let's buy a hat. Nice. I'm playing it because I'm waiting for Path of Exile, and that's really all there is to it. I was playing Dofus, but Dofus is terrible, so I was like, I might as well just play Ragnarok online if I'm gonna play this piece of shit. And then I did. Okay, so you need Embera Tarkon for level 2 weapons, which we own none of. What if you buy 1? You can buy another one there. That's 1,000 zenny. You can afford 1 more. There. So that now gives... We now have 153 plus a 9 attack. So where do we want to try going now? What about Geffen Dungeon? We only have 5 more free teleports. After that, it's going to suck a lot more to travel. Big time. There's poison mushroom here, but I don't know. Don't know if we might need to go up and buy more green herbs or something to even be here, or if it doesn't matter, or if we're even high enough level to fight these guys. We'll see. Everything here is low level, it seems. Poison spore. 2.3. Oh, wow. These are not worth fighting, from what I remember. They're really difficult to hit and they just do shitloads of damage. And they give you like the same XP. So, as long as we just fight... Whoa! What the fuck? All right, so that is a good place, except for the hunter fly. Where else do we find poison mushrooms? Mushroom. Now, what are they called? They're called poison spore. Pion Field 5 and Mjolnir 7. Where is that? Dragon Tail. Okay, so they spawn in an area with a level 60 monster. And Mount Mjolnir. Where is that? North. So if you go north, there's just shit. You go north again, you have Argos, Flora, Mantis. Everything is fightable except for the Petite, which is a level 44 monster. And in the next map, you have Agriopes. Agriopes are really good to farm, but they are still too high level, I think. By far, they're level 41. Yeah, we need 102 just to hit them. So we need like 20 more levels before we can fight those.
Actually, I need to go to the grocery store. Or they close. What is this? This looks like a custom area. Let's see. You go left, left, up. Need to go around there. Close enough. The flywing just teleports you to a random place on the map. Is there even a path down here? No, you need to go all the way down there. All right, flywing. There we go. I think. Yeah. All right, that's good. great. 0.4%, not great. But they're all killable, which means we can just make money here. I think these monsters drop good stuff. $11.1. Oh, Cocos give 8%. Oh, no, it's 0.8%. But poison shrooms 11.9. 13.1. That's like 1.2. That's actually pretty good, especially considering they're super squishy. But they can poison you. And that sucks. But we have some vitality, and I think that helps you resist that. Hell yeah. We're auto-attacking some snails.
Hornet. Are Hornets OP? Nope, they fucking suck. Alright. Good. This is a good map. This is exactly what we needed. And with a good map, I mean a map that we can grind without having to use potions, and with the, like, getting barely any XP at all. But we do get a little bit. But we also get a steady income of money, as these monsters actually drop decent loot. Because what we need to do is we need to get like current gear, like the tier 2 gear, and upgrade it a little bit. And then we might soon be able to go to higher level areas. We only need 23 more job levels as well, till we can become knight. I don't think we're gonna become a knight before Path of Exile comes out. Still waiting for my computer to crash again. I don't believe I've tested everything at this point. Oh, you meant becoming knight? Yeah. I don't want to do that. It's not that fun to go around and left click on monsters. Boing, boing, boing. How does class level up work in this game? First, you start out as a novice with a base level of 0 or a base level of 1 and job level of 1. And then when you get to level 10, you get to choose a new class. And you can pick any of the classes in the game. And then I picked a swordsman. So now I'm a swordsman. And then you keep your base level. So if I was like level 14 base level and level 10 novice, then I became a level 14, level 1 swordsman after that. The class gives you skill points, and it also gives you some bonus points to your stats. Like here you see I have strength 37 plus 2, vitality 20 plus 2, dex 25 plus 2. Those are bonus points from my class. And then when I reach level 40 job level, I can become a Lord Knight. No, I can become a Knight. That's the first class. I can become a Knight. But in reality, what you want to do is you want to level your job until you're level 50, because otherwise you lose out on 10 skill points. So that you can never get back. And then you are a knight until you reach the level, I don't know, I think it's 99. It might be 100, but I think it's 99. And when you become level 99, you can then rebirth your character, and then you become level 1 again. And you become a high novice. And now you're a level 1 high novice. And you then do it all over again. You level up, and then you become a high swordsman. And then you become a Lord Knight. And then I'm not sure how it works, because there's another class afterwards now. So I think you might need to do it again. And then you become like a dragon knight. But I don't know if you actually need to rebirth again for that. But yes, that's how it works. When you become a swordsman and you then become level 50 there, you don't need to become a knight. There's also a crusader class. And then they were supposed to release third classes, but they never did. I think. Yay, we leveled up. Now we can get more Magnum Break, I suppose. It's such an expensive skill, like you can barely use it. Left clicking on monsters is the entire point of the FPS genre. Yeah, that's why I think they're bad games. Like, I don't like FPS games. I think they're stupid. Well, I would be very happy if you never ever played this game. If you didn't have to play this game, the world is better for it.
Gonna kill that squirrel. So how good are acorns? Not good at all. I thought they were edibles maybe, but they are sellables. They might be good, who knows? Because it doesn't say what they're worth. So, oh, I can click item ID. Oh shit, 24 zenny. Acorn. 36 zenny. Snail's shell. Oh, that was 24. Corn. 43. Okay, sweet. But yeah, like I said, I need to go to the grocery store. I would turn the stream off, but I think I'll leave it on just so that the computer has to work more. Just so that it might crash. And I won't be gone for long anyway. Then we're just gonna continue this piece of shit. Hell yeah. Yeah, kill it. It doesn't really work that way, unfortunately. It's just some random thing that just causes it to crash now and then. It's just the only thing I've noticed is that the webcam makes it crash. But I don't understand really anything about it. The last thing I noticed was that there was like an error, like an IO error or something with the my SSD or my other SSD. But it behaves the same whether I like run Windows off that SSD or this SSD. But because it had that error, I decided to just unplug it, but I kind of doubt that's what's causing it. It's such a weird problem. It doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm starting to think that there's just something that's broken. And not necessarily something that's fixable. But the worst part about it is that it's that kind of issue where even if I buy a new motherboard, it could be the CPU. Even if I buy a new motherboard and a CPU, it could be that there's literally just some cable that's broken. Like what if there's an electrical issue with my audio cable? Like maybe that's causing something. Like I just don't know. It feels like it's USB related, but Right now I have one USB hub plugged in with 4 things connected to it. And that's it. But it's Beano? Why is Beano in my computer? But yes, all right. Well, I'll just log here, character select. I think it's gonna kick me out of the game entirely, but whatever. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Takes a little while to walk to the store, so I'll see you when I get back. Yep. Slept late because had stomach ache. You get sick all the time. It must be rough being in Brazil. Literally everything makes you sick. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Well, computer still hasn't crashed. Yes, I'm not going to buy microtransactions on a private server. You are out of your goddamn mind if you think that's gonna happen. All right. Time to kill some mushrooms. You can't just say, what is this game? You're outing yourself as like 20 years old. This is one of the biggest games of all time. This is Ragnarok Online. So here we are, we're killing mushrooms. Now we're gonna kill that snail. No hands. There. Kill another snail. I have some abilities I can use. But if I use them, I have to sit for like a minute between every monster. All right, we can use some abilities on the next one. Oh, here it comes. Hold on. Hiya! 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 Yeah. We didn't even use up half of our SP. Only used up like 40%. Whoa, level up, and we got full SP. Oh, we can keep going. This is top-down Maple Story, yes. It's the same era. You either played Maple Story or you played RO. And I started with Ragnarok, so I always thought Maple Story was lame, because it was side-scrolling. The original Wii sound? Is that a sound that you hear regularly somewhere else? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I know which sound you're talking about, but I guess. Oh. We got a level up. We're gonna take 2 points in strength. And that's that. 4.5, 5.3. 0.8 per mushroom. So we only need to kill like 120 mushrooms to level up. But I'm mostly here for money right now, so we're just grinding them for random drops. So we need to upgrade and buy new gear. Mushroom! Yeah, you can rotate the camera. It's 3D. The 3D isn't very good, but like I'm not talking about the graphics. I'm talking about like the 3D functionality. Things barely work. You can also tilt it. The best thing about this game is that the coding is so bad that even after all these years, after like 25 whatever years, no, it's been 20 years, 22 years, no one has been able to like patch or update this game in any meaningful way that makes the game actually run decently. Because every time I click on something, it's like you're playing. It's like you're playing. It's worse than like you're playing with a dial-up modem. It's like you have 1,000 millisecond latency on all actions. And like when you're getting hit by monsters when you're walking, you start to rubber band just by just because they don't know how to handle it. Same with the OSRs. Maybe. I don't really play OSRs, so but that might be the case. I haven't been back since I played RS2 and that guy scammed me of my... No, it was RS1. And that guy scammed me of my black armor. I'll never get over that. He said that to join his guild, I had to give him my black armor as a show of trust. And then he was going to give it back to me. And he didn't! He didn't give it back to me. That was very, very sad. Mushroom! Alright, let's do some bashing. Bash! Oh yeah. Bonus XP per hour. Squirrel. Oh, no, never mind. I thought he dropped something. It was just his animation. %19 XP, almost 20. Especially when it's an MMO this good. That's very exciting. Best part is that I'm here just to gain money. But what do you get from selling this? 42 Zenny. So right now this is 1,200 or something. We need like tens of thousands. I mean, we might be able to settle for just upgrading the sword for now. Boing, boing, boing. Yeah. So what's up? What are you up to? Being hungry? Well, that doesn't sound very fun. Very unfortunate. Oh, acorn triple loot drop. Hell yeah. Double mushroom. I'm going to cook some meat, no vegetables ever. Yeah, I agree with that. I had some carrot yesterday and it didn't go very well. Not doing that again. No, we're poisoned! Are we able to out-regen this now then? Does it disable my healing? That's just rude. Luckily we have antidotes. Here's my healing. What if we eat some carrots and then have to throw them up again? Probably not gonna stream that long tonight. I need to go eat some Swedish banana tacos. Average Dutch meal is like meat plus mashed potato plus vegetables. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what we eat here too. Yeah. I do use a little bit of vegetables, but it's just to make it more yummy. It's like some crushed tomatoes and a little bit of corn in my ground beef. But yeah. Otherwise, it's pretty much only meat. Except when I buy candy, of course. Meat is healthy. Do you know who you are speaking to? Do you know what my @ is on twitter.com? Yes, I know. You are friendly. Good luck with your meat eating. Hope you have a lot of enjoyment. While I continue to kill mushrooms. I just want my computer to crash so I can mess with it. He poisoned me. I don't know if you need to clear out monsters in this game. Like in Tree of Savior, you get like clusters of monsters if you don't go and clear out the edges. But I think this game has more like spawn locations and stuff like that that it handles. Maybe not. Holy shit.
actually got use of Magnum Break there. Can't believe it. It's because they're weak to fire. Yeah, okay, you do need to clear the area out, I think. To some degree, at least. Oh! Oh! What hat is that? It's just a hat. Okay. I'll take it. Do armors have levels too? No. Can you even upgrade armors? I think you can. I don't know if it's worth it. Because it feels kind of like, do I bother upgrading, or do I just go straight to a level 3 weapon? You know? Because the grind is not that much more grind. But at the same time, I would rather get levels. As well.
What is my current flee? 60. And to flee these guys, you would need 118. Yeah, no. Surprised we haven't gotten a card yet. I want to play Path of Exile too. That would be fun. I think they should add swords. Wish I had any clue how much we actually had here. 36. This is almost 1,000. This is 4,200. I don't think we have that much though. Maybe 5,000-6,000. Plus the hat. Hat sells for 500. I don't remember if is it safe to upgrade to 5 or 9? Not sure how much we need. Not sure if I should upgrade it to 9 though. But maybe. It's quite frankly, it's astonishing how much they managed to fumble this IP. But then again, they don't have any clue how to make video games in Korea. They just do things by accident. Bonk. Oh, that's bad. It's almost sitting on a cable.
Steam preload, still unknown. They're saying there might be like a 3-hour preload on Steam. I don't play it on Steam, but Capes has it on Steam. Level up! I think we are at the strength breakpoint right now. We'll get some dex. Dex also gives damage, so it's not terrible. Actually, you can get a new quest now. It's a missed case. Excuse me? It doesn't exist. Okay, it's a missed space case. It's in Toy Factory. But, oh my god. The missed case is level 38. While a high orc is level 52 and has twice as much health. And does twice as much damage. But they do drop Oridicon. And we will be fighting High Orcs. High Orcs is what you grind. But High Orcs is like level 70. High Orcs is what you grind to level 99. Or used to be. So why am I getting a High Orc quest here? I'm thinking we should probably do Mist Case here. It looks killable. It's got 108 to hit it though. Which is another 30. So we can't do that either. And the other one is Greatest General. Greatest General. It's really hard. Def of 15. I mean, Greatest General almost seems the most doable out of all of these. But I'm not so sure they are. You know what? Whatever, I don't give a fuck. Just take High Orc. So stupid though. Because next they're gonna give me a level 50 level up box. This is why both private servers and modding is a fucking meme, because neither modders nor private server hosts have any fucking clue of how to build or design video games. So when they start adding systems like this, it's just like it never works. It never makes sense. Nothing ever makes sense when people make things custom. It's like the in Neverwinter you could make like custom player dungeons, and other players could challenge them. The best player made dungeon, voted the best by all the players by far, was fucking awful. It's like the worst dungeon in the entire game. And that's how I feel about modding. To me, modding is just about fixing something that's wrong. But when it comes to actual content, modders just can't do that. You don't manage. I do think we should probably get out of here. We do need to find a better place than this. But I do think it is gear dependent from now on as well. So what if we like this? That opens up the database there. And what if we check monster? Level 30 to 50. XP. Acquired hit. We don't need 273 hit. What is this? Are they linking me to like a renewal database? I'm so confused. Why does the game, why does a non-renewal game link me to a renewal database? Like, yeah, I don't need 269 to hit wolf. This is operated low rate Oro server with microtransactions.
Back to rate my server. Monster. Base XP between 400 and 800. Monster level below 50. Archer, skeleton, beetle, bomb pouring, bongoon, but they barely give more. That's the thing. Poison spore. Poison spore gives 200. Desert wolf. How dangerous is the hunter fly? The hunter fly completely annihilated us. It's level 42. 5,000 health. Needs 167 to hit. G-Earth. Anthel 2. Anthel 2. In Anthel, let's see. De Niro, level 19, 135 XP. No, the gear spawn is too rare, they're not worth hunting. Golem, 40 death. 4,000 health. 200 damage. Hode. The Hode might be a good candidate. They have no defense, kind of low attack. I mean, not really, but could be worse. 2,000 health. They give 550 XP. There's 100 of them in Sograt Desert. They're not aggressive. But we do have Scorpions and Frildoras there. And neither is much worse than the Hode itself. I think that's a good map. Two south, one east of Morok. All right. Let's head there. After we see what we can upgrade and whatnot. Actually... Scorpions drop Illunium. Illunium. None of them drop Fracon. Fracon. That's what we should farm right now. Ant Egg. 3.2% Fracon drop. Pupa 3%. Thief Bug 3%. Peko Peko Egg 2.5. Ant Egg 1.3. Why is Peko Peko Egg listed twice and Ant Egg listed twice? Skeleton. So I just wonder if that might be better. Farm, if I want to upgrade stuff instead of farming. Oh, we have 3. What happened? Why do I have 3? Did I not use them? We got 15,000, that's not bad. But for any kind of upgrade, I can buy a cap. That's 4 defense instead. But cap. No, okay, that dropped from the G-Earth, and the G-Earth is not worth farming. There are too few spawns. Buckler. It has 1 more defense. Or does it? Minus 20 defense. That's the thing. I think this is a renewal server or something. Like, it's called Classic, but it's like they still use like renewal stats. But not really. Like, it says plus 20 defense when I equip this, but my defense says otherwise. So either they might be using a renewal client, but they haven't like patched it properly, or I literally don't understand what's going on here. Alright, let's not buy anything. Let's just go upgrade the sword as much as we can. which I think is just 2 more. Oh no, I have Fracon, but we need Embeditarchon. And we need 2. And to upgrade any armor, you need Illunium. Is it? I don't think it's worth it. It can't be worth it to upgrade armor when you need Illunium until you have, like, much higher tier armor. Because Illunium is rare. I think we can upgrade one more time. There. Plus 6. And for the rest, we're just gonna need to get money. And for that, we said Morok. Let's try that then. Holy shit! Is Morok the main town? I can't even tell where the copper is.
I don't remember where the copper is. Oh, there. We're gonna save there. That guy's buying blue herbs. We'll sell him some fucking blue herbs. I will never, ever, ever, ever agree that this is good. This is fucking garbage. Buy bottles. Sweet milk. Yellow gem. Literally cannot have a worse system for anything. This is the absolute worst. Alright, whatever. Couldn't see anything else we could sell. And east here. We're not supposed to be in the golem area. Oh, golems only do 11 damage to us. We can actually kill golems. But not in a manner that is actually enjoyable. I think the XP was bad too. Stone Heart. Sells for 69. Nice. So south from here. Okay. I'm not sure we can go where we wanted to do. I wanted to go. We'll try, I suppose. That's a Hode. That's what we went to kill. Nah. Can't really do this. XP is bad. Oh, you bitch. You picked up my stuff. You can't be super tanky and dangerous and pick up my stuff. That's not fair. This is the problem with playing Swordsman. This is why I never played Swordsman, really. I did play Knight a couple of times, but... Because if you're playing Thief, you can just go and kill stuff. You don't need armor. Kill Sidewinder. Come on, we can't kill Sidewinders yet. Just no way.
Where else do we have Sidewinders? Komodo Field 8. Morok Field 13. That's the Kobold map. Not too convinced this is going to work out. The Chode's doing too much damage. You can't do that much healing between every monster. And it's gonna be even more when I don't use Bash. Green live? Now here we've got these assholes. They give like 2.1 XP, which is pretty good. But for this, holy shit. Without having a lot more gear here, I don't see it. I do have an idea. And I think it might be the play. Unfortunately, it means that we have to run a lot.
So what we're gonna do is we are going to go back to Culvert and just go to Culvert level 4. Thought I saw someone buying empty bottles. There, buy bottles. 100 each. And then we go and grind in the culvert. And the idea there is that we can magnum break and actually do some AoE grinding there. Even though we can't magnum break very often, we still can magnum break sometimes. In we go. The problem here is that all the mobs give you almost nothing, but they do give you stuff. Someone in global is saying want to buy / sell, but he didn't say what. We do also have some blue potions. Which could be worth using if the male thief bugs are easy enough to kill.
Close enough. Move, asshole! Here we have some male thief bugs. We can kill them in 3 magnum breaks, I think, at the moment. Which means if we can just aggro a lot of them, we can but there aren't that many. So like aggroing a lot is a lot easier said than done. We did find Goldie. We don't want to fight the Goldie one. Quite scary. $50.4. You get like over 1%, I think, for each thief bug. And they drop the upgrade thing for level 2 weapons, but we have all of it already, but that is something we can sell too. But if we can mob up like 5 or 6 of these, yeah, no, we won't be able to walk. So what do you get for an insect feeler? $42, not that great. But the low-level monsters almost give the most money. Because you don't need to use shitloads of potions, and the items, even if they sell for like 20 or something, 20 to 30 or whatever. That's fine, and that seems to be kind of the case usually. They don't really... The sell price doesn't really go up that much. So like the time to kill versus item drops versus how much you get from it is usually better when you're fighting stuff like this. I feel like. We got a big blue pull here. Very, very, very huge. This might be too big. Nope, that was fine. But it does use up a lot of potions. Because you do take a lot of damage while they're fighting you. The AoEing isn't exactly stellar. That's where Bowling Bash is better, because it knocks the enemies into the other enemies, so you don't have to stand there and like tank them. But then Bowling Bash is also super laggy and shit and barely works, so there's that. Like, first of all, the enemies have to walk into your range to Magnum Break, and second of all, every, I don't know, 2 out of 3 times when I press Magnum Break, nothing happens. It doesn't actually trigger the attack.
So garbage. We actually don't have enough vitality for this. I mean, maybe if we had more, slightly better armor, this would be fine, but the fact that we are taking like 20 damage when they hit me sometimes, that's what makes this not doable. So I think I'm gonna take some more vitality for a while. Maybe up to 30. Because now they're gonna do a little bit less damage. Not as much less that I would need, but a little bit less. Because if I can get it down to like 1 to 5 or something, 1 to 10 maybe, then we'll be able to do this and waste a lot less. Potions. But we also need a skill level up here so we can get a better Magnum Rake so that we use less SP. If I get one more Magnum Rake level, we can probably kill them in maybe 2 Magnum Rakes if we're lucky. If you can get it down to 2 Magnum Rakes instead of 3, that would be good. We can just get more strength for that too, of course. But see, even with that little... Jesus Christ. Even with that little vitality, we're taking like half as much damage from this now, which makes this a lot more doable. It's the fact that I did go like hybrid just to get more attack speed. Yeah, we're not gonna. That's not gonna let us do it in two. No way. Unfortunately, there's a lot of jalopy here, and it sells for literally nothing. 2 zenny. Crash. We have 57 insect feelers. They sell for 42. So that's not bad. But we will run out of SP or SP potions. So where is Goldie? That's the thing that is dangerous here. Like if you accidentally run into the golden thief bug, you're just gonna die immediately. Like just going around and killing them until you get you regain 90 SP as well. That's like I don't even know how long that would take. Like SP regen is just it's atrocious. And I assume just like HP, you don't regen SP while you're walking. So that's like if I can get the damage that we take down to 1 here, then we can pull the entire map pretty much. And then we AoE them down. And then we sit until we're back to full SP. And then we pull the entire map again. If we can do that, then this could be good money. Otherwise, it's just going to remain shit. Because like right now, it's so hard to actually do that. Because the character just doesn't register what you're doing. But I do notice they do 1 to 46 damage. So in order to get this down to 1 damage, I'm gonna need like 4 or 5 more levels plus new gear. New shield, new boots. I don't know what else. Cap. And we're not getting any armor upgrade stuff, so we can't upgrade that. The alternative is just getting even more strength. So we can just do fewer magnum breaks. To kill these guys. That would help a little bit, but I think the damage we take is the bigger problem. Thief bug, run, 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 run. They do still give about 0.8%, which is actually good single target. So we could also just go around and single target them until we are like back to full HP and SP.
Now we can use 3 magnum breaks now. So now we just need to gather up like 8 of these without getting caught in the bullshit lag trap. No, 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 don't attack a monster! No, stop, there are too many shitty thief bugs here. Stop! Get your hands off my things! Alright. How much do we have? 100 feelers, 100 peelings, but that's like almost 2,000. I don't know if the money here is that good. But then again, barely been down here an hour, I think. So in reality, if we look at it that way, if I wanted to get like a full plate, that would be like maybe a day of grinding, I guess. In the great scheme of things, that's not that bad in Ragnarok.
But also in that, at the same time, I feel like I would rather farm something that actually drops something that might be useful, or at least something that might sell. That's more enjoyable than just farming trash drops. That's why I wanted to farm the wooden armor, because that's just like a free upgrade. So it really depends on, like, is there an enemy that drops a buckler, for example? Maybe farming something that drops a buckler might be a good idea. Because that's just a slight upgrade. That might be something that isn't like insane. Harwood. Goblin. It's the goblins and the kobolds. And I think they are both shit to farm. The kobolds are definitely shit to farm. They are level 36. And they have... You need 146 dex, or hit, to hit them. We have 72. So, like, goblins are the only ones that we can maybe farm. And the buckler is a 0.05% drop chance. They also drop a dirk, which sells for 4,000. We did already try farming goblins, and it was kind of crap. I'll be honest. Because they hit kind of hard. $114. What does a thief bug male hit? $76 to $88. Yeah. All right. We can AoE farm now. But I don't want to build that many, because I don't want to waste whites on when I'm doing this. There. Like 6 to 7 maybe. Like an acceptable amount. Oh! What is that? Sword? Sword, that sounds bad. Sword from a thief bug, that's just gonna be a regular sword. Blade. 4-socket blade. That's like something people might use for alts at best. Alright. That's enough of that. Don't really know how much we got, but we'll find out. We made 13k. And see, we're almost halfway to a chainmail, if that's what we want to get here. Cap is +2 armor. But that's the thing, right? This is only +1 armor, but I could get that. But I feel like the chainmail is probably what we'd want to go for there. And if we can start farming goblins, that would be useful. Because then we might get the buckler for free. Oh, we need to be a knight actually to use this in the first place. So we pretty much, like, the Tsurugi is obviously better, but it's just not worth buying that. Unless that's what we're gonna be using. Like, that's an assassin weapon. Or a rogue weapon. The ring pommel saber is... I think I would say this is the best swordsman weapon, even though obviously it isn't. Like, if you're making an alt, then you give him a Tsurugi. Spears. Nope. Alright, well, that's gonna be enough for today. Hopefully we don't need to play this game anymore at all, forever. If we can keep busy until Ragnarok. No, not until Path of Exile 2 comes out. I'm gonna go eat some tacos. So, I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night.